أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله. أشهد أن محمدًا رسول الله. أشهد أن محمدًا رسول الله. حي على الصلاة. حي على الصلاة. حي على الفلاح. حي على الفلاح. الله أكبر، الله أكبر. لا إله إلا الله.
اللهم رب هذه الدعوة التامة والصلاة القائمة، آت محمدا الوسيلة والفضيلة، وابعثه مقاما محمودا الذي وعدته.
Indonesia. In the last decade, floods that occur in Indonesia reached 31.8% of all disasters in Indonesia, and causing many casualties of both life and property in Indonesia. Jakarta floods in 2007, causing property losses of 4.3 trillion rupiah. In 2014, floods hit Manado and caused 25 people die, 1 missing, and 40,000 people were evacuated to a safer place. Recently, on September 9, 2016, a big flood has been occurred in Garut, West Java, causing the loss of up to 288 billion rupiah. 34 people died, 19 people missing, and more than 6,000 people were forced to evacuate away from their home. The increase of changing land use in the watershed, high rainfall with intensity of 255 millimeters, and the Cimanuk River silting are some of the causes of Garut flooding. Floods are natural phenomena that has an enormous impact on biodiversity and sustainability of ecosystem and many human activities. It is widely recognized that a paradigm shift from defensive action to the proactive management is required for flood risk reduction strategy. The flood management vision in Indonesia is to integrate land and water resources development in a river basin with a view to maximizing the efficient use of floodplains and to minimizing loss of life and property. While the flood management goal in Indonesia is the coordination among 3 aspects of flood control, which consists of 1. Measure in the spatial planning through give space for the river policy. Also, its space in catchment area should contribute to decrease runoff. 2. Retaining water in the upstream to the efforts of watershed management, developing retention and recharge area. 3. Enhance a public awareness through early warning system, floodplain management, and flood fighting preparation. The concept of integrated flood management was proposed as a process promoting a holistic risk-based approach to flood management that aims at minimizing loss from flooding under climate change and maximizing the next benefit from the use of floodplains. Today, through this event, we will jointly review and discuss the key idea of the revised strategy and the implementation of planning framework of IFI. I cordially hope that all stakeholders can make a wonderful collaboration in achieving the goal of this event, which is to realize the IFM for reducing flood risk under climate change and contributing to sustainable development. Thus, we can deliver message and recommendation to the relevant major UN activities, including the United Nations World Bank Group High-Level Panel on Water. Lastly, I wish you all the pleasant time during the International Flood Initiative side event held here in Jakarta. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Mr. Dennis, for the introductory remarks. You may return to your seat. And next, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to invite to come to the podium His Excellency Dr. Han Seung-soo as the United Nations Special Envoy on Water and Disaster, and also former Prime Minister of the Republic of Korea, to deliver keynote address. Please welcome Dr. Han Seung-soo.
Your Excellency Ki Hadimoyono, Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I like to express my sincere appreciation and thanks to the government of Indonesia, and particularly to Minister Baski for hosting and supporting this important event today and tomorrow. Thank you very much. I'm also very pleased to meet with the members of the International Flood Initiative who are here today. Ladies and gentlemen, water is life. Water is an integral, inseparable part of our life. Water is a precious resource which we must manage and utilize with care. Water is at the same time a threat, can be a threat to life. During the past decade, water-related disasters have not only struck more frequently, but have also been more severe, hampering sustainable development by causing political, social, and economic upheaval in many countries. Water-related disasters such as floods, droughts, storm surges, and tsunami account for over 90% of all disasters in terms of the number of people affected. During the Sendai Conference in March last year, 193 United Nations member states agreed on the post-2015 disaster risk reduction framework, outlining 7 targets and 4 priorities for action. The Sendai framework puts a strong emphasis on disaster risk management as opposed to disaster reaction and post-disaster reconstruction. In September 2015, world leaders were gathered together at the United Nations in New York. Unanimously, they agreed to adopt a new global development agenda with 17 sustainable development goals and 169 targets. We now have a dedicated water goal and disaster risk reduction appearing as cross-cutting themes within several goals and targets. A target for reducing mortality and economic losses caused by disasters, including water-related disasters, was also included. The SDG on water moves beyond the MDG's focus on basic access targets to address the broader challenges of achieving universal access to safe water, protecting water resources, ensuring sustainability, promoting transboundary cooperation, and reaching the poorest. The issue of water and disaster must be addressed if we hope to make sustainable development a reality. We must share our experiences and lessons learned, strengthen regional cooperation and collaboration, and set common goals and targets in order to lay a foundation for weathering the water-related disasters and make progress towards creating a better prepared and resilient society. All these elements should be translated into clearest messages and practical advice for decision makers to create effective policies and mechanisms that address water and disaster issues appropriately at all levels. Ladies and gentlemen, we are at a critical juncture for our common future. The issue of water and disaster must be addressed if we hope to make sustainable development a reality. It is our decision whether we continue to exist, to serve as business as usual towards down spiral of non-preparedness, recurrent disasters, and economic social stagnation, or we achieve paradigm shift by embedding disaster risk reduction in our lives and livelihood every day. In January this year, the United Nations Secretary General and the President of the World Bank Group established a high-level panel on water comprising 11 incumbent heads of state and government and 1 special advisor. The panel is the first of its kind, where the head of state and government gather for focused discussion on water-related issues for 2 years, until the end of next year. I, as a special advisor to the panel, have actively been taken part in discussion and activities with my fellow member presidents and prime ministers for our common cause. The panel agreed on the action plan in September 21st this year. Water-related disaster risk reduction is up in the front of action plan, which is the first time in the United Nations related document and recommendations. Here in the action plan, there are few concrete actions on water and disasters the panel has committed itself to make happen in collaboration with the countries and partners. I like to quote from the action plan. 1. Encourage the consideration of an intergovernmental platform of water cooperation under the United Nations umbrella to support the implementation of water-related SDGs. 2. Initiate an analysis of water crisis risks from climate change and extreme weather events in areas identified as most vulnerable, and also analysis of good practice on managing mega floods and droughts, including validation of investment for water-related disaster risk reduction. 3. Encourage states and organizations to focus on measures to improve water use efficiency for resilient economies, climate action, and human settlement by encouraging and including new technologies and policy reforms. 4. Encourage the academic community to maximize the use of existing knowledge and create knowledge base and tools for better understanding the impacts of water-related disasters and facilitate decision-making for prevention and mitigation of risks. 5. Initiate a strong political message on the critical importance of water data to effectively address water problems. Lastly, encourage the international community to collect consistent and continuous data on water-related disasters that will assist the development of indicators and enable governments to set priorities, engage citizens in an inclusive way, and measure progress. I believe that these recommended actions are in line with what we will discuss here today and tomorrow. Particularly for addressing flood risk reduction, we need a strategic approach to achieve the 3 global agenda of minimizing economic loss, saving human lives, and guaranteeing sustainable and equitable development. For this, what actions do we need? Taking into account the 6 recommended action items of the high-level panel on water, I emphasize the importance of the following actions by key players. Countries should establish a flood platform as a part of national platforms with the help of international networks. Countries should also collect and archive data, assess current and future risks, demonstrate effects of flood risk reduction investment, define locally applicable methodology, and monitor and predict changes. At the same time, stakeholders should make well-informed decisions and improve their practices. Donors should support collaboration among countries, stakeholders, and partners in progressive manner so as that good practices are widely learned, applied, and operate in other communities, countries, and regions. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope the event today will provide an opportunity to discuss the challenges and solutions toward achieving the SDGs related to water and disaster from wide spectrum, and will provide opportunities to promote and further consolidation, cooperation, and partnership. I want to also learn from the cases of Indonesia, know its challenges, and witness the commitment and ongoing efforts toward water security. In my capacity as UN Secretary General Special Envoy for Disaster Risk Reduction, Chair of High-Level Panel on Water and Disaster, and Special Advisor to High-Level Panel Water, I will do my best in utilizing my network and experience in working with relevant partners to address diverse water issues we face and thereby contribute to the global sustainable development. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, His Excellency Dr. Han Sang-soo. You may return to your seat. And next, we'd like to invite His Excellency Dr. Basuki Hadimulyono as the Minister of Public Works and Public Housing, the Republic of Indonesia, to come to the stage and give keynote address. Please welcome Dr. Basuki Hadi Mulyono.
Before I start with my speech, let me introduce my team. First, as you know, Dr. Dani Sumadilaga, DG of Research and Development. Engineer Imam Santoso, Director General for Water Resources. And Dr. Ari Setiadi, Director General for Road and Bridges. Thank you. Your Excellency, Chair of the HELP, Special Envoy to the United Nations Secretary General for Disaster Risk Reduction and Water, Dr. Han Seung-soo. Ladies and gentlemen, the ministries, distinguished ministries, it is a great honor for me to deliver on behalf of the Governor of Indonesia in this International Flood Initiative as a side event of the HELP meeting tomorrow. Regions in Indonesia are vulnerable area to the disaster, natural disaster such as tsunami. The tsunami has already occurred in Sumatra, in the Java, southern coast of Java, and then also southern coast and north coast of Nusa Tenggara, Maluku Islands, and also in the Papua Island, and almost in the entire coast of Sulawesi. In the period of 1600 to 2000, it's about 32 tsunamis in this area, with 28 of them caused by the earthquakes and 4 by volcanic eruption under the sea. The biggest tsunami in the world occurred in Aceh on December 2004. It had the magnitude of 9.2 Richter scale, with mortality level not less than 250,000 inhabitants. It followed by the tsunami in Nias, about 2015, that's caused by the earthquake with a magnitude of 8.7 Richter scale. The victims were up to at least 1,300 people. Other water-related disasters were Pangandaran tsunami in 2006, that was caused by an earthquake with a magnitude of 7.7 Richter scale, and Mentawai tsunami in the west coast of Sumatra with 7.2 magnitude Richter scale earthquake and at least 660 victims. Ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia has tropical climate with 2 seasons, dry and rainy seasons. It also has quite extreme characteristics in weather, temperature, and wind direction changes. Climate condition combined with the surface topography and soil diversity, both physically and chemically, can generate fertile soil condition. However, it also may cause some injurious effects for humans caused by hydrometeorological disasters such as floods, landslides, drought, and forest fires. Floods and landslides are happen in many locations in Indonesia and cause hundreds of victims, destruction of residences and other infrastructures, as well as losses of local businesses. Floods are natural disasters that caused by heavy rainfall with no ideal drainage system in the catchment, then inundating in the enormous areas and the overflow of a river that could not resist the high flow water, damaging the water system in the area. flash floods disaster occurred in Garut in just last month, September 2016, caused more than 33 people died, more than 1,000 refugees and material loss up to 280 billion rupiahs. Even today, Dr. Han just in Bandung, and maybe you can still see the floods in Bandung. It happens annually, and now we will begin to overcome that flood by making a tunnel to faster the flow of the Citarum flood. Distinguished guests, ADB, through the ASEAN Water Development Outlook in 2013, stated that resilience to water-related disasters such as floods and drought is still very vulnerable. Household Water Security Index regarding mainly access to pipe water is not optimal. Urban Water Security Index that describes the conditions of urban water, raw water supply, wastewater, and drainage is also not optimal. Environmental Water Security Index is in a good category because it has a system for applying the integrated water resources management conducted by River Basin Organization. However, there is a positive note that Indonesia obtained high score on Economic Water Security Index because the supply for irrigation water is assured by the government. Water potential in Indonesia is about 3.9 trillion cubic meter in total, but only about 15 billion cubic meter or 63.5 cubic meter per capita can be managed by the man-made reservoirs. The water distribution is also uneven in every island. In addition, there are challenges to be anticipated in order for the water security programs in Indonesia are not disrupted. The challenges are the indication of climate change, high rate conversion of watershed land used, reducing the water infiltration area, and the capacity of operation and maintenance on river and flood control infrastructure are not yet optimal. The efforts to achieve water resilience are implemented through 3 programs as follows. First, the water resources conservation programs, which will be realized with target as 1, construction for about 65 dams, 1,893 ponds, and other reservoir structures. Also, we are going to rehabilitate for about 46 dams and 1,175 ponds and other reservoir structures, and restoration for 55 rivers, revitalization for 17 lakes, and conservation for 29 swamps, and constructs 180 sediment controls or check dams that we cooperate with other ministry, like Ministry for Environment and Forest. The second program for water resilience is the projected water resource utilization program that will be implemented with focuses on construction and development to increase the capacity of water resources infrastructures, and also rehabilitation on the water resources infrastructure up to 21.76 cubic meter per second. And the third program is the water-related disaster control. The activities to realize these programs are constructing and enhancing the function and condition to the infrastructure of coastal protection with a length of at least 530 kilometers, normalization and embankment construction on river, and enlarging the protected area caused by the water-related disaster up to 200,000 hectares. Ladies and gentlemen, Ministry of Public Works and Housing as a center of hydroinformatics study. By integrating static and dynamic data, the center provides services on hydrological and water resources information with lead time of the next 10 days and 32 days. In addition, early warning system of flood and landslide disaster are also published by this center. This system is still being improved, and it is accessible in the applicative warning system that is required a fast response and countermeasure action to the water-related disaster. The applicative warning system which can be operated are as follows. First is a flood early warning system presenting the scale of flood in Indonesian map. The second, risk and early warning system of flood to the River Basin Organization for current day and the next 3 days. Third, the drought early warning system in especially Java Island. And the fourth is the real-time of water availability data in Java and Sumatra, supporting system information water availability main irrigation system to be more effective operation on the irrigation system in Indonesia. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, a strong commitment is required to implement all the programs, structurally and non-structurally, preventing and solving the crisis of water-related disaster. The structural effort is done through the water resources infrastructures construction such as dams, drainage canal, polder, and pumps. And the non-structural effort is done with the water-saving efforts, integrated water resources management of watershed, early warning system for public awareness and emergency response. Early warning system for flood and drought are useful for reducing risk effects, such as victim material losses and decreasing the disturbance on economy comprehensively. All programs must be implemented simultaneously in line with the dictum, water resilience will support the public prosperity. I would like to congratulate to the committee of IFI for the excellent arrangement on this seminar. I trust all the participants are enjoying your stay in Indonesia. I also would like to thank the Help Secretariat for supporting the organization of this meeting. I thank you very much for your kind attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Mr. Basuki Adi Mulyono, for your speech. Ladies and gentlemen, and now we're going to hear a message from a donor. Therefore, we'd like to invite to come to the stage Mr. Bambang Susantono as the Vice President for Knowledge Management and Sustainable Development, Asian Development Bank. Please welcome Mr. Bambang Susantono.
Excellencies, Dr. Basuki Adi Mulyono, Minister of Public Works and Public Housing of Indonesia, Excellencies, Dr. Han Sing So, United Nations Special Envoy, Honorables, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to all of you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. It is a great pleasure for me to join all of you in this International Flood Initiative event on the sideline of the 8th meeting of the high-level experts and leaders panels on water and disasters, and to engage in a more in-depth discussion on the crucial issues of floods. Let me start by saying that the Asian Development Bank developing member countries experienced significant losses as a consequence of floods. Over the past 10 years alone, floods have caused almost 41,000 fatalities, affected 726 million people, and resulted in direct physical losses totaling $207 billion. Extreme weather events more broadly, including tropical cyclones, which can also cause severe flooding, resulted in almost 222,000 fatalities, affected 1.3 billion people, and caused $322 billion in direct physical loss. Reflecting the region's substantial flood risk, some of ADB's very earliest projects focus on flood risk management. Technical assistance projects in support of flood control in Afghanistan and actually in Indonesia were approved in 1970. ADB's first disaster risk management loan was approved 2 years later, also for Indonesia, focusing on flood control. More recent ADB investment in flood risk management have involved a far wider range of measures. For example, this October, we approved $109 million loan to support flood risk management in Banten and Maluku in Indonesia, coupling infrastructure investment with supporting measures such as flood risk management plans. Support will be given to river basin management organizations to prepare, for example, flood resilient infrastructure and develop measures against problems such as sediment transport. Communities will be given help to implement soil and water conservation activities, and community-based flood risk management groups established and strengthened to provide a clearer picture of risk and countermeasures. Over time, ADB have fine-tuned our post-disaster assistance as well, remaining focused on the reconstruction of infrastructure, but incorporating measures to strengthen resilience to future national hazard events through both structural measures to build back better and through non-structural solutions. For example, a flood reconstruction loan approved for Pakistan last year included support for institutional capacity development, multi-hazard risk assessment data and system development, and pilot sub-projects for mitigation and adaptations of the climate change. At a higher strategic level, ADB incorporates long-term visions strategy 2020, identifies disaster and emergency assistance as one of ADB area of operations. In 2014, ADB launched a new operational plan focusing specifically on disaster risk management, further invigorating its effort to strengthen disaster resilience. The operational plan is built on 3 basic principles. First, it seeks to integrate disaster risk reduction into development, ensuring that all development is disaster resilient. Second, the plan emphasizes the intersection between disaster risk management and climate change adaptations. Third, it seeks to ensure that there are adequate financing arrangements in place to reduce risk and to manage and transfer residual risk. Risk reduction is often the most cost-efficient form of expenditure, reducing disaster losses before they occur. The timely availability of funding for post-disaster response is also essential, requiring much greater use of ex-ante disaster risk financing instruments such as insurance. Asia and the Pacific is far more severely affected by disasters than any other region in the world. I think we all know that facts. We urgently need to build on the agenda laid out in our operational plan and also critically into Sustainable Development Goals, or SDG, the Sendai Framework on Disaster Risk Reduction, and individual country disaster risk management strategies and plans. Investing in resilient space, particularly if we think about disaster risks from the outside, taking a multi-hazard approach. Adequate disaster proofing of a new project can add as little as 3 to 5% to the total cost. The monetary costs of retrofitting or post-disaster reconstruction are far higher, not to mention the human cost of disasters. Moreover, the need to build resilient structure is more important than ever. Investment in infrastructures are going to escalate rapidly over the next 15 to 20 years, presenting a pivotal opportunity to do things differently and halt the escalation in disaster risk. If we miss this opportunity, future disaster losses will be even more severe, and Asia and the Pacific will likely bear the brunt of them. ADB itself will have a hand in meeting the increasing need for investment and influencing the nature of investments. From January 2017, ADB is combining its concessional equity and lending operation with its ordinary capital reserve balance sheets, allowing to raise its annual financing commitments in the form of loans, guarantees equity investment and grants by up to 40%, taking total approval up to as much as 18 billion per annum in the coming years. We are already putting plans in place to ensure that disaster and climate risks are prioritized in these projects. In September 2015, ADB announced that it will double its annual climate finance from ADB own resources to $6 billion by 2020. A third of this, around $2 billion, will be for climate change adaptations, representing around a six-fold increase specifically for adaptations measures. The remaining $4 billion will be for climate change mitigations. Earlier this year, ADB donors also agreed to provide up to $200 million in grants over the period of 2017 to 2020 to ADB poorest and most debt-distressed countries, specifically for disaster risk reductions. ADB will provide up to an additional $224 million in concessional loans for this purpose. This is the first time that concessional resources have been earmarked for a specific purpose, reflecting the increasingly urgent need to encourage greater investment in disaster resilience. Honorable distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let me close by saying that ADB cannot stem the trend of rising disaster losses alone. We need to act together, coordinating our efforts and pooling best practices. The dialogue is an important part of this process, and I look forward to forging further coherence and alliance with the many learned participants here today. I thank you very much for your attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Mr. Bambang Santono. And now, delegates and all participants. Next, we're going to invite Professor Toshio Koike as the Director of iCharm to give a speech about IFI new strategy and implementation planning framework. Please welcome Professor Toshio Koike.
Excellency, Dr. Hansus, and ministers and distinguished guests. It is my great pleasure to introduce International Flood Initiative with these high-level persons and also the large number of the participants here in Jakarta. As introduced in this figure, this international initiative, IFY, was initiated by the effort of the UNESCO and also the WMO. And in 2005, 10 years ago, at the Second World Conference on Disaster Risk in Kobe, this was launched. And this IFI is promoting integrated flood management by minimizing flood risk and also maximizing the net benefit of the use of the floodplain. This is closely related to the integrated water resources management and the 3 global agenda, which was agreed last year, including Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction and Sustainable Development Goals and Paris Agreement. And we renew our strategy on IFI by identifying supporting tool, database, science and technology, local, national, regional initiatives, and capacity building and financial mechanism. And also, we identified a focus area, 7 focus areas, and also we are trying to engage our collaborative stakeholders. So, based on this strategy, we identify 5 key implementation actions. One is the data and the statistics, and based on this data and statistics, secondly, we are implementing integrated risk assessment. And also, we need to monitor and predict the change of the risks. So, based on these 3 more scientific and technological approach, we are supporting in sound decision or policy making, and also we are supporting in community of practice. These 5 key implementation actions are the basis of our initiative. And we identify the implementation strategy as a first step by using making a maximum use of the existing infrastructure. We are going to demonstrate the benefit to be obtained through this initiative to the wide community. And by mobilizing the finance and also the human resources, we would have a second stage by installing the infrastructure in some specific area as a prototyping. Based on this prototyping and expanding and strengthening of these prototypes, we would develop the operational system. So this is our 3-step spiral up the implementation framework. So for that purpose, we need develop the regional coordination, cooperation, and also a local one should be developed. So to realize these steps in each country, there are disaster agency or hydromet department or river bureau or university or local community. Our IFI partner, including the United Nations ISDR, WMO, UNESCO, United Nations University, and network of the Asian River Basin Organization, NARBO, and our ICHAM and the Science Community, International Association for the Hydrological Science and Hydraulic Research, we have some connection with a stakeholder in each country. We need to strengthen this collaborative framework one by one, and develop a strong cooperative framework in each country. At the same time, as a cross-cutting coordination among the different countries, we would develop the regional cooperative framework. This is our strategy. So, to enforce this mechanism, we need Earth observation communities support. So in some countries, we have a space agency. In Indonesia, you have a LAPAM. And in other countries, they don't have, but the Earth observation community can work with us. I do expect their contribution. So how can we move this mechanism forward? We are now making this kind of the table or project design matrix. This is each countries. We identify common purposes, common goals, and common output, and some specific output, and contributor of the contribution by the IFI partners. And at the same time, in each country, this is a case of the Philippines, in the same way, the purpose and output and action, and also the executor in each country, and expected IFI partners. This kind of the table draft the design project design matrix is now being prepared. So by communicating among among the countries and the IFI partners, we would make more concrete implementation plan. In January, we will have a first planning workshop on the IFI in Asian Pacific, and in conjunction with GEOS, Global Earth Observation System of Systems Asian Pacific Symposium. It will be held from 11th and 13th in the same venue. We would work together. So in this way, we would make a concrete implementation plan and go forward. So on your table, we prepared the help IFI Jakarta statement, its draft version. So in this statement, this is toward an interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary partnership to consolidate flood risk reduction and sustainable development. This draft consists of the 3 chapters: our assessment of the present status and the proposed key direction and actions. Present status, we have the 6th bullet, and we identified increasing the losses, and as a background, human factors and climate change and the globalization pointed out. And the gap between science and society and the lack of the effective interagency coordination are identified as a problem. And as a key direction, 3 global agenda and the budgetary limitation and the capability and the spiral up approach, such a necessity is identified. And interdisciplinary, transdisciplinary approach and quantifying and minimizing the uncertainty by the science and technology are requested. So, and then data assessment, change identification, political and public awareness, and preventive investment and response and recovery capability should be enhanced. And as an action, we identify who should do what. And each country requested to establish a platform on war and disaster as a part of the national platform. And IFI partners request to assist that platform. And the donors are invited to support the collaboration by the incremental way, And we launched this activity in Asian Pacific region, but it should be expanded all over the world. Thank you very much for your cooperation for finalizing this draft during this symposium. At the end of this side event, we would upload this statement and pass this statement to help tomorrow. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Arigatou gozaimasu, Professor Toshio Koike. Distinguished class delegates and also participants. For our next program, we'd like to hear about national strategy for IFM. And therefore, we'd like to invite to come to the stage. Please welcome from Sri Lanka, Professor Srikanta Hera, as the Senior Advisor of Ministry of Megapolis and Western Development of Sri Lanka. Please welcome Professor Srikanta Hera.
Thank you very much. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure for me to be here. I'd like to thank Mr. Koike and ICHAM for giving me this opportunity to share some of the experiences of a new initiative we are starting. Water is the major cause of disasters in Sri Lanka. 72% of our disasters are flood-related, 72% flood-related, 27% are drought-related. So integrated water management. In this presentation, I'll talk about a demonstration project which is implementing a strategy for collaboration, which we hope to upscale the whole country depending on success. The trigger of this event, this initiative, was the floods Colombo experience in May 2016. During the past 2 years, there have been 11 major floods. The last flood was the biggest since 1989. Most of them occurred during the southwest monsoon from May to September. This time we had heavy rains. 96 deaths were confirmed, over 700 houses were damaged, complete there was a big criticism by the public and also by media about the way it was handled by different agencies. As you can see, there was a much high preparedness. Sunday Times, disaster at Disaster Management Center. Equipment worth billions unusable because it was at the moment, if we just check on the projects funded only by the World Bank, there are 11 ongoing projects related to flood management, close to about 970
Allahu Akbar,
improvement and flood improvement, which is close to about $500 million. So there's a need to make sure that these investments have effective returns. And one of the ideas we have is to
اللهم رب هذه الدعوة التامة
approach of fixed projects,
والصلاة القائمة
follow bottoms-up
آت
approach,
محمدا الوسيلة
scaling
والفضيلة
up a pilot project and
وابعثه
getting
مقاما
it scaled up
محمودا الذي
so that we
وعدته.
would have optimal conditions suited for the country's needs. So after this big flood, there had been a discussion among a number of agencies, related stakeholders, and everybody agreed that there should be a flood control and water management strategy with a holistic approach and participation by all stakeholders. At the same time, Sri Lanka is embarking on a new big project. It's called Megapolis Development. The idea is to make the whole western region a big megapolis. A new ministry has been established called Megapolis and Western Development, which is entrusted with this task. It is the Colombo Flood Control Agency is also under this ministry, as well as the Urban Development Authority. And they need to assess the short-term and long-term flood risks for sustainable urban development. And I've been asked to assist the ministry in setting up a mechanism for integrated flood management in the country. Now, as with many other countries, we have a lot of challenges. We now have a national government, which means we have participants from all different parties. We have 45 cabinet ministers, and 9 ministries are directly related to water issues. We have many agencies with overlapping and interconnected responsibilities without a mechanism for effective coordination. Also, all these agencies have their own programs with different donor agencies, so it's very difficult to assess the current and future flood safety. And we also realize there's a lack of qualified staff because it's spread over and we don't have a critical mass to get things done. I'm sure these are very common problems to most of us. And based on that, based on this discussion over the past months, we came up with a proposal first to develop an information and communication system with real-time forecasting. Then secondly, to transform this system to real-time control and implementation of risk-based response. The idea of risk-based response is that we understand the needs of each constituents, the affected people, based on their risk and the needs for warning and response relief. And thirdly, to improve the current flood safety through structural and non-structural measures using the system. And finally, to make use of these information systems for improving water management, especially hydropower. The biggest hydropower system in the country is located in the Kalani River Basin in Sri Lanka, as well as for the water supplies. And finally, to improve the day-to-day quality of life through advice to agriculture, transport, and so on. Now, the Colombo system consists of the Kalani River, which is managed by the irrigation department. Then we have a system of canals which drain the water, which is managed by the Sri Lanka Land Reclamation and Development Corporation. The secondary drainage is managed by the Colombo municipality. So the activities we had so far was to have individual discussion with the Irrigation Department, Department of Meteorology, Land Reclamation and Development Corporation, Survey Department, National Building Research Organization, Disaster Management Center, and the World Bank. And we organized the interagency meeting in which all the agencies agreed to set up an interagency mechanism in which there are 2 committees. One is a steering committee composed of the senior management, and the other one is a working group consisting of engineers seconded from these institutions. At the moment, there are 20 engineers seconded from all these institutions to work together to set up this system. Very important decision taken at the second steering committee meeting was to make all hydrometeorological data free of charge in the country. Then we also had linkages to the national universities, so where the postgraduate programs have opened up opportunities for these ministerial employees. We also have designing a new real-time control facility, and most importantly, last week, a cabinet paper was drafted and submitted, which is now under discussion to establish this interagency system. Within the next 1 year, we would like to come up with the basic output from the system. This is the overview of the system implementation. We have 3 units, rainfall, which satellite and radar data as well as gauge data. Radar system is coming from Japan in the next year, and satellite data is also supported with the Japan Aerospace Agency. We have a hydrology unit and an urban water unit, and 3 computational engines, one for the real-time information, disaster response. Second one is for the development planning for the Ministry of the Western Development. And the third one is for the control of important structures, especially there are 2 new tunnels now being constructed to drain the water in the Colombo and the pumping stations control. We have the international support from different universities and research organizations as well as the local universities. And we have identified the role of each of the stakeholders in the development and implementation of the system. Already there are enough systems which are working to set up the whole control and water management system. We have in rainfall, we still need to carry out certain fine-tuning on using the satellite data as well as radar data. But for hydrology, we have 2 different systems ongoing. For hydrodynamic, we have the Denmark MIC system and the US system on flow 2D. The World Bank is setting up the Australian system 2-flow as well as we are expected to have the Japanese RRI system functioning by next year. The economic assessment has already been done for structural pre-disaster loss estimation. At the moment, the World Bank is supporting a program on total loss estimation. We will have in the future water management as one of the major components, especially the urban drainage and control and information for agriculture and so on. The biggest challenge we found was to find ways to incorporate the different plans of different organizations. When you take on the Disaster Management Center, they want to increase floods to cover multi-hazards. The hydrometeorological departments want to increase the hydrometeorological services. The megapolis ministry want to have the water management and integrated. So getting the existing projects to come up with the compromise has been the biggest challenge. We are going to set up this center under the existing World Bank project on Metro Colombo Urban Development Plan, which is looking at the Colombo Metro region, and then next year to upscale it to national level through another World Bank project on climate resilience under its phase 2 program. So in conclusion, developing a sustainable framework is a big challenge, which will take a long time, and an iterative approach is very important. It's very difficult to convince an iterative approach is required to achieve good results in this program. And I believe local capacity development is very important and essential, and we hope the IFI and its partners will support these activities. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Srikanta Herath. You may return to your seat. And next, still with the same topic of national strategy for IFM, we'd like to invite to come to the podium, please welcome from Netherlands, Mr. Koos Wierix, as Chancellor of Ministry of Infrastructure and the Environment Kingdom of the Netherlands.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Dan Mr. Antu, Padanis, Paiman, Pari. It's a great pleasure for me to be back in this building. I had the privilege to work here together with Papazuki, Pahari, and many others for 5 years, working on water management in Indonesia, flood management in Indonesia, the tsunami in Aceh, the port of Mariahati, and many, many other things. So it's a great pleasure to be here and to share again some Dutch lessons with my Indonesian friends, but of course with the broader community of help. I have an enormous amount of slides. I will not show them all to you. Well, this is what happened last year. Many, many important decisions at the world scale. And this is New York, this is Quito, those are the capitals. And now the big question is how to bring it down to earth and to do the projects that need to be done. Well, Sustainable Development Goals are in the heart, have water in their heart. Water is everywhere. It's flood management, but it's also important for many, many other issues. Now, in this context, we talk about disaster risk reduction. And like many, many other goals and targets of the SDGs, we have a very, very ambitious goal. Reduce the number of victims, reduce economic damage. And, well, you already heard a lot of figures here. It's clear that the task ahead of us is enormous. What I'm going to do very quickly is show you two things from the Netherlands. We are a country of water, we have a history of water. And I tell you something about our water management in the Netherlands, and I tell you something about what we are doing with the knowledge we gained in the rest of the world. And, well, I've told this many times before, but 2/3 of our country are at flood risk, from the sea, from the rivers. And, yeah, we had to live with that for ages, for centuries. And we did a lot in history. We did land reclamation. Here you see Schiphol Airport now. When you land at Schiphol Airport and you come down, you are at -5 below sea level. Now that's the sort of challenges we have to deal with. We had many storms in the past, and the biggest one that's still in our head in the Netherlands is 1953, where, well, comparable to the rest of the world, it's small, but for us it was huge. And this marked the moment where we said, it's not going to happen again, never again, such a flood. And we started a big program, the first Delta Plan, and most of you have seen what we did there over the ages. All kinds of technical constructions to protect the country. And in fact, everybody in the Netherlands felt safe, and still they feel safe. But then we had in the US Hurricane Katrina, and suddenly we became aware it can happen anytime, everywhere. And now we won't have a hurricane category 5 in the Netherlands, but we have big storms, we have other problems. So it opened our eyes again. You may think you are safe, but yeah, there's always a risk that something happens. So we completely renewed our Delta program, and yeah, we had to tackle all the challenges, and well, you can see them all here. In fact, we have water coming from all the sides, from the sea, from the rivers, coming from the underground and from the rain, and it's all causing problems. And climate change is adding to that. So those are the challenges. At the same time, our country is developing. Our national product is produced behind the dikes, and yeah, if something goes wrong over there, the whole Dutch economy yeah, will be killed, more or less. So at the same time, we worked together with the OECD, and they made an analysis of our policy, and they pointed out that, well, we are not completely fit for the future, and they made a lot of recommendations to us what we can improve in the Netherlands. And OECD is doing a lot of those studies all around the world, and they're very, very helpful. Now, in the end, we came up with a new Delta program in the Netherlands with a very simple goal: keep the Netherlands safe and let people live there and make their money over there. And make sure that we have fresh water, because with the pressure from the sea, we have saltwater intrusion. And yeah, let's work on our economy and using water as an instrument for that. Now, we do that with a policy in 3 layers. Be prepared, build your dikes, make your constructions in time, and maintain them. At the same time, use spatial planning, land use policies to live with the water. And in the end, it always can go wrong. Be prepared for the disaster and have your response ready. So we came up with room for the river programs, and now there's a lot of systems in that. I'm not going to tell you. And in fact, we have a very basic program where we say every couple of years we make a new Delta program. We have a special commissioner at almost minister status who's keeping all those layers of government together. We have a Delta fund, and that's the big challenge, I would say, for everybody in this room. We invest in the future. We don't wait for the disaster. We put our money in development, and then the disaster doesn't happen. And in the end, that's much wiser, I would say. And everybody understands it, but it hardly ever happens in the world. We have legislation to cover this all, and on the basis of this system, we can continue. Now, we learned a lot about prevention, about looking ahead, about integration, about participation. The words are familiar to everybody. The way to apply those principles are much more difficult. Now, what do we do with all those knowledge? We want to share it with the world. We do that at the multilateral levels. We work at the UN. We work in this HELP group, together with all the institutions you see over there and many, many more. We are very active in New York on working on this global architecture for water, because we want to keep it all together. We have bilateral programs with many, many countries, and Indonesia is one of them. Myanmar is another. We have disaster risk reduction teams. We have a Delta coalition. Now, I will run through them. I will not talk about the SDGs. It was already mentioned, we are participating by Dr. Han in this high-level panel of water. Our Prime Minister is in there. And again, this is, I would say, New York level, and yeah, they have to push down and to make the work done. They have to help us find the money to take the measures. But it's a long, long way down, and I think it's a big challenge for this group to do their job. Now, this is the panel with Dr. Han, with our Prime Minister, with Prime Minister of Australia. I mentioned we have a Delta coalition, and that's supposed to be something practical, like this help group. No formal structures, simply a group of countries working together, exchanging knowledge, trying to put water on the international agenda on the one hand, from the way up, down, to the way up. But at the same time, trying to help each other in implementing those difficult goals and facing those huge challenges. And I'm very happy to share with everybody more about this coalition, and I will certainly talk to my Indonesian colleagues again about this. We, like I said, want to help other Delta areas, and now this is one of example only on the drawing board, but what we are doing in Indonesia. That's Sandy, New York, and we played a big role in the reconstruction over there. And in fact, we started as the Dutch developing Manhattan, so we in fact made the first errors, I suppose. But when we can help, we do that all over the world. We have a cooperation with Myanmar, and our minister, who unfortunately cannot be here today, but we talked to her yesterday on the airport in Kuala Lumpur, and she really hopes that this meeting will be a success, and tomorrow too. We have a water cooperation with Indonesia covering many, many aspects: flood protection, food and ecosystem, supply and sanitation, climate, of course. And in fact, in 2 or 3 weeks' time, half of the Dutch cabinet will come, almost half of the Dutch cabinet, including our Prime Minister, will come to Indonesia. We will visit Jakarta, Semarang, Bali, and cover a huge amount of issues. And we're going to meet Pabizuki and the others again over there. Now, yeah, this is the things we were talking about in Jakarta. When you have time, go to the northern coast and see with your own eyes. The problem here is not sea level rise, the problem is land subsidence. The land is going down. And last year we had a beautiful workshop over here with people from Japan, Korea, Italy, the Netherlands, looking at this land subsidence caused by groundwater extraction. And we can learn so much from each other on these issues, and that's the sort of things we want to promote in this help group, in this Delta Coalition group. Use the experience of others, don't invent the wheel again, and yeah, try to implement it in practice. So in the end, it's all about global goals, local action, and it's all about the people, poverty alleviation. We're doing it for prosperity, for development, for the environment. And yeah, we're making a next step here today and tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kosweriks. You may return to your seat. And now, ladies and gentlemen, after we heard about national strategy for IFM, now we'd like to hear about contribution by science and technology communities. Therefore, we'd like to invite to come to the podium Dr. Shinichi Sobue, Mission Manager from JAXA, who will give a speech about satellite remote sensing. Please welcome Dr. Shinichi Sobue.
Thank you very much, and His Excellency and ladies and gentlemen. My name is Shin Sobue from the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency. I'm very honored to be here and to make a presentation about our technology to supporting the health activities as well as the International Flood Initiative. So today, I would like to explain about briefly Japanese space programs as well as how to apply our data to the water-related disaster topic, including some of the ADB project as well as a bilateral collaboration with Indonesia. So this is our Japanese satellite. From the 1980s, we launching the several Earth observation satellites to providing the Earth observation data, including the precipitations and temperatures, and as well as the vegetation index and land surface information. And currently, we operating some of the satellites, including the Global Precipitation Measurement Mission, GPM, and also the greenhouse gas observing satellite GOSAT, as well as the seismic aperture radar satellite L2. So this is one of the examples how to using our satellite technology to improving the weather forecasting. By using the satellite-based radars, we can improving the mesoscale models of the weather forecasting. This is a collaboration project with the Japanese Meteorological Agency. By integrating the usage of our satellite-based radar data with the ground-based information, their weather forecasting model is improving. So by using the satellite data, we can provide the more accurate weather forecasting with the current technology. So I hope that this kind of the assimilation work or the improvement of the weather forecasting should be done not only for Japan, but also the BMKG in Indonesia and other countries. And also, by using the satellite, it's not only to, in the weather forecasting areas, not only to assimilating the data, but also by using the satellite data, we calibrating the ground-based observation. Like for the ground-based radars, sometimes it's not enough to cover the entire countries, especially for the Indonesia, because you have the surrounding the very big ocean. So in that case, your ground-based radar is not enough to reaching the far away. And also, if you have the 2 or 3 radars, how to unify the, how to checking the qualities of the ground-based radars. Therefore, by using the satellite-based radar, we can providing the support to calibrating the ground-based radars. So by using our satellite, we can providing the some support for the ground-based observations. This is also the weather forecasting areas. And also it's very important to monitor in this region by using this kind of technology for the typhoon monitoring. And some of the islands, even in Japan, we have enough ground-based observation radar network. However, unfortunately, some of the isolated islands cannot have such kind of capability, even if in Japan. So this is one of the typical example in Japan. It's still the Tokyo district, but it's very far away from the downtown Tokyo. So they don't have enough capability for the weather information. Therefore, they are eager to using our satellite-based technology to monitor the typhoons and also the rainfall, because in this island, only one rain gauge station is located. So therefore, they don't have enough capability to providing the rainfall information or typhoon information, only by using the ground-based observation. Therefore, they would like to using our satellite-based technology. It might be same as in the island countries like Indonesia or Philippines and other Southeast Asian countries. So this is our rainfall product. So calling the GS map is a satellite-based precipitation information. So by integrating the several satellites, not only our own Japanese satellite, but also the European, the American satellite with a geostationary satellite like Himawari, we can providing the hourly data for the precipitation, 0.1 degree around the world within the 4 hours after the observation. So the events are in the ocean area, you can get in the rainfall data every hour within the 4 hours delays. And also we recently to providing the less 1 hour within the 30 minutes, we can providing the rainfall information in this region, in the Himawari region, our satellite region. Therefore, in the Southeast Asia, we can providing the 0.1 degree mesh rainfall data hourly within the 1 hour. So if you don't have the ground-based observation, you can get in the data within the hour by using the satellite. So you can see the URL here. So you can download all of the data freely available. So by using this data, you can providing the more early warning system by using this kind of data. However, this is an example for the rainfall from the satellite. You can see the several typhoons. This is the intensity of the rain. The red color is more high rain, and the blue color is low rain. Again, this is 4 hour delays for the entire world. And so within these Himawari territories, Himawari region, we can provide the data within the hour. So you can get the data within the hour. However, satellite is not the almighty method, because some of the limitation of the temporal resolution, time series of the limitation, we needing to calibrating the satellite-based data. Therefore, we have to integrate use with the satellite with ground-based observation. This is the ground-based radar, and this is the original our satellite-based data. When you compare with this data and this data, satellite data is underestimating. Therefore, we definitely do calibrating the satellite data by using some of the rain gauge or rain data. So after the calibration, we can get this result. It's very close with the ground-based radar. However, still some of the typhoon, this rainfall is still underestimating. Therefore, sometimes you have to be very careful to using this kind of data. So this is an example how to using this kind of technology to improving the flood warning. Under the ADP project, led by Mr. Kim, and this was ADP technical assistant project support our JAXA is supporting this project in Bangladesh, Philippines, Vietnam. And one of the key is because of the Bangladesh, they don't have the enough language system in country, and also they have some difficulty to getting the data in the other countries, especially the upstream, because most of the main river in the Bangladesh is coming from the India or Nepal. Therefore, they don't have enough rain information in the upstream. And they would like to extending the reading time from the 3 days to the 5 days to evacuating not only the people, but also the livestock and also the agricultural product. Therefore, they needing the upstream data. But they have the difficulty to getting the upstream rainfall data from the India and Nepal. Therefore, by using the satellite-based data, they can to extending their capability not only for their in-country, but also to the upstream of the river. By using our satellite-based rainfall information, they can extend it, their flood alert from the 3 days to 5 days. This is a collaboration project by the ADB and us with respecting countries, not only for the Space Technology Agency, but also the Water Board or DMC, Disaster Management Center in their countries. And also this system also providing the capability to providing the final information by the short message services in their own local language. Because sometimes it's very difficult to know what is happening only by using the English or web-based interface. Therefore, we just disseminating such early warning information by using the short message services to the officer in the local government. And this is only the future ideas, how to collaborate and work in these regions. Because sometimes in ASEAN or Southeast Asia or Asian region, we have a variety capability and also the variety knowledge. Therefore, we would like to proposing to working together to establishing the water-related centers and to providing the information to these regions. And also in the future, if like Indonesia and some country already starting to launching the new satellite, small satellite. Therefore, in collaborating with each country's satellite, we can providing the integrated data centers and to disseminating this kind of information and also the knowledge sharing. That is our future ideas. So in the next month, we have the Asian Pacific Regional Space Agency Forum in Manila. In that time, we would like to start to discussing this kind of issues, this kind of topic, as well as this kind of the application services in this region. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Arigatou gozaimasu, Dr. Shinichi Sogui, for the speech. And next, still with the same topic, which is contributions by science and technology communities, we'd like to invite to come to the podium Dr. Kenyu Komura, President of JWA or NARBO, to deliver a speech about IWRM.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Dr. Hanson Su, Your Excellency, Dr. Baski Hajimulu Jono, Your Excellency, Dr. Aung Tsu, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Kenyu Komura, President of Japan Water Agency, before JWA later on, and JWA serves the Secretary of NARBO, Network of Asian River Organizations. NARBO was established in 2004 for the purpose of sharing the information and lessons among RBOs to promote IWRM in Asia. Your Excellency, Dr. Baski, was the first chair of NARBO and has been contributing NARBO's activity very much. NARBO is propagating IWRM spiral up model. This model is a gradually spiral up process of recognition, conceptualization, planning, implementation, and evaluation of water-related problems. This time, I would like to introduce our examples of flood control measures around Tokyo, where 2020 Olympic will be held, as the IWM example, and refer to our expectations for IFI. Up to the beginning of the 19th century, Tokyo was protected by funnel-shaped implana and low-height levees such as Nihon-Zutsumi and Sumida-Zutsumi to restrict flood inflow to Tokyo. Upstream area of those two levees served as retarding basin. The population of Tokyo at that time was 1 million. At 1910, a large-scale flood occurred. Flood overtopped Nihon-Zutsumi and Sumida-Zutsumi, destroyed those levees and inundated Tokyo. In response to this big disaster, as the capital submerged, Japanese government planned and constructed Arakawa floodway as build-back approach. The floodway was located at that time rural areas, not flooding into central part of Tokyo. After the floodway construction completion, Tokyo has not been suffered flood damage. Owing to no flood damage, population and economic activities grown up very high. How changed Tokyo is. But the course of flood management of Tokyo after the Arakawa floodway completion was not so smooth. There was severe ground subsidence caused by groundwater pumping up, risk of storm surge by typhoon, and so on. To cope with these problems, groundwater pumping up was prohibited by laws and supplied surface water by construct multi-purpose dams upstream. They also have flood control function. Against storm surge, high tide dike were constructed at coastal zones, and typhoon warning, high tide warning systems were developed. Nowadays, flood management around Tokyo is still going on. Breach-proof levee, such is not breaked by flooding, is constructing with urban development. We call it super levee. Its width is very wide and the slope of it is very gentle, so it's never breached by flood, and buildings and houses can be built on. And promoting timeline, which define actions to be taken before flood occurs. Actions include flood defense, traffic control, evacuation, and so on. Thus, I introduced experience of Tokyo flood management. From point of IWRM view, Nihon-Zutsumi and Sumida-Zutsumi project before 20th century is a first spiral. Arakawa floodway is a second spiral. Multi-purpose dams and high tide dike and so on are the third spiral. And super levee and timeline are the fourth spiral of IWRM. Tokyo flood management has been spiraled up that way. Many Asian large cities are located floodplain like Tokyo. They have many water-related problems, such as water pollution, water shortage, ground subsidence, high tides, so on, but especially flooding. To solve these problems, science ability, planning ability, consensus building ability, policy making ability, execution capacity, and so many abilities are needed. NARBO has been sharing information and lessons among RBOs and are doing capacity buildings by training programs and workshops. NARBO is expecting to coordinate with IFI through the IWRM promotion. I expect that the result of the discussion today will be reflected in the HELP conference tomorrow, COP22 in November, and the discussion in the conference on high-level panel on water. Thank you for your audience.
Thank you very much. Arigatou gozaimasu, Dr. Kinyu Komura. You may return to your seat. And now, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, delegates, and also participants, before we continue our program with panel discussion, we're going to have a short break. And we'd like to invite all of you to enjoy the coffee break that has been served on the area across this room, the one that you had your lunch earlier, the Sapta Taruna room. And we're going to see you guys again. We hopefully to see you guys again here at approximately 10 minutes from now. So, to begin our next session, and thank you very much, and enjoy your coffee break.
Yes,
Yeah,
we can
hello.
hear you. Hello.
Good afternoon. Yeah. We have a problem at the moment anyway with my camera apparently. So, I'll try to fix it. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay, thanks.
Miyamoto-san, I will mute you for a while because there is a lot of noise coming from your end during the break. Yes, I will mute you. I will mute your mic. Johannes, I think you are presenter now, so you may try to share your screen if you wish to project your PPT. And I think you can
see it?
Yes, now I see the screen, and there is option also. There is also an option to share the application, so then you can share the PPT projection, so that then the figure is a little bit bigger. It's not like share screen, but share application, and you can select the program.
Okay, just a second. Share application. Share file, share screen.
Share application.
And where do you have that?
Sorry.
In the share thing? Yeah, application, okay. And then it's the PowerPoint, okay.
Yeah, and then if you project it, it should show like a little bit bigger.
Okay, wait. Oops. This is the one. PowerPoint. Hello? Are you still there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, good. I just need to find you again. You have me now on the big screen? My presentation?
No. Try again share and then application. I think your sharing ended.
Share application.
How it's coming?
Okay, and now I could...
If you project it? Yes.
Yeah?
Can you see it?
I can see it, yeah. I have only 2 slides with a few keywords, so I'm not going to talk very long.
Oh, yeah, that's okay. So, yeah,
but
you
my
can...
video is still not working. You can just say it's foggy in Geneva.
Well, we believe it.
Let's see, assign
It's still
control.
night.
Notes, audio connection, computer audio setting, meeting info, audio and video statistics.
But it looks like the camera is, I don't know, isn't it covered with something, or it looks like
No, the camera should work. It worked 5 minutes ago. I can wait a little while. Maybe somebody can fix it. I'll see if somebody knows. So I'll be back in 10 minutes. Is that okay?
Maybe now in 5 minutes, all right?
Okay.
Oh, no.
I'll check.
For your presentation, maybe later. But if you wish to get the start of the session,
Yeah, I think it's good.
maybe
if
in
I
5
can get the
minutes it
start.
will begin.
Okay.
Miyamoto-san? Miyamoto-san? Yes. If you check the screen, you can see Johannes' presentation. Can you see it on the screen? So, how it will be projected? Yes, so how do you plan to... Yeah, well, the problem is with the camera. It doesn't work well. It looks like, yeah, he's trying to fix it within the next 5 minutes. But I'm just wondering, you will project your screen? Miyamoto-san, you will project? Okay. Yeah. You can see it. Yes. Yes, I can see it. Yeah, before Johannes shared his presentation, but it's now switched off. Miyamoto-san, you can make the right panel of the screen, which is showing the video. You can make it smaller. You can make it smaller, and the left screen where the PowerPoint will be shown can be bigger. Like make it narrow. The right part can be made narrow. Little bit. No. From the middle. Yeah, like you take the left corner of the PK. Yeah, this one, and go to the right, and it will be narrower because the PowerPoint will be shown in the white space on the left. Okay. Can you hear me? Okay, so you can drag the right part where the video is shown can be made a little bit smaller, I think. And then it will leave more space for the PowerPoint. Just suggestions on the screen. Or like this, yeah. So there is a, well, this is different. The left edge of the video panel, if you take it and drag it to the right, so it will get narrower, and the wider part will be left for the. Yeah,
I was just.
No. While you are doing it bigger, on other side. What? There is this. I see. Now I don't see. So no, I see this large PK gray square. So I think if you take the left edge of that and move it to the right, so then it will become narrower, which will make the space for PowerPoint bigger. The PowerPoint will show up on the left. Not look at you, just make it a little bit smaller. It's like if you go by your mouse over it, it will show the possibility to make it smaller, the video.
La présentation et tout à l'autre ordinateur, non, ça va sans quand même. Tu as une caméra pour WebEx qui fonctionne? Ah voilà, je peux le faire. Je dois te renvoyer le truc là.
No, because his camera is not working well, so he may not be able to show. So then you even can close the panel with participants, so you will not see anything, just the screen, the white screen with the description of the meeting. And this white, yeah. No. Yeah,
I can share my application.
This is okay. Yeah, this is what I meant. Now you did it.
Yeah, I can see your screen and my screen, it's okay. I can work like that.
Yeah, good.
Okay, so when do we start now? My camera gives this here. Okay.
Yeah, Miyamoto-san, you should call them back. It's more than 10 minutes. They were promised 10 minutes and it's more now. Just joking. Tired, I know.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, as we're about to begin our next session, we're hoping that you can enter this meeting room once again because we're about to start our next session.
Petra, can you hear me?
Kepada para delegasi dan juga
Yes, we
partisipan,
can see you.
kami harapkan Anda untuk dapat memasuki ruangan ini kembali.
Now we can see you.
Dikarenakan
you.
sesi yang kedua
I think
akan segera kami mulai.
You
Terima
can't
kasih.
hear me?
We can. Now I see you.
You can see and hear me now.
Yes.
Okay, super.
You look good.
Good. Yeah, there's always some last-minute solution to all the problems.
So what was the problem?
There was a mismatch with the camera selection thing in the laptop.
Okay.
But it works now. Mm-hmm.
All right, once again, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to invite all of you to join us again in this meeting room because we're about to begin our next session. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to invite all of you to proceed to this meeting room once again as we're about to begin our next session in a while. Thank you.
Yeah, I can hear everything well. It's okay, yeah.
Baik, sekali lagi kami undang Bapak dan Ibu yang masih berada di luar area meeting room ini untuk dapat segera bergabung kembali karena sesaat lagi sesi yang kedua akan segera kami mulai. Sekali lagi kami undang Bapak dan Ibu yang masih berada di luar area meeting room ini untuk dapat segera memasuki ruangan karena sesaat lagi sesi berikutnya akan segera kami mulai. Terima kasih. Okay, good afternoon, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome again to International Flood Initiative, side event of the 8th meeting of HELP with the topic of flood resilience under climate change essential to sustainable development. And now for our second session of today's program, we will have a panel discussion, and therefore we'd like to invite our IFI partners and also contributors to come to the stage and take your seat. First, please welcome Dr. Ari Setiadi Murwanto from Ministry of Public Works and Public Housing Indonesia. Next, please welcome Dr. Johannes Coleman from WMO. And next, Professor Sabas Khan from UNESCO. Next, we've got Dr. Iwan Gunawan from World Bank. Next, we'd like to invite Dr. Jill Hong Kim from ADB. Next, please welcome Mr. Kimio Takeya from JICA. Next, we'd like to invite Mr. Kei Kudo from JWA. And last but not least, Dr. Kenzo Hiroki from HELP. And this discussion will be led by Professor Toshio Koike as the moderator. Please welcome Professor Toshio Koike. The stage is yours.
It is again, thank you very much for joining. And we have totally 8 panelists, including Dr. Johannes Kuhlmann from the Geneva at the WMO office. First of all, we would invite all of the panelists for their 4 to 5 minutes presentation, and then very short discussion among the panelists. After that, the discussion with audience will be opened. I would ask all of the panelists to point out what kind of the contribution can their organization or their group to this IFI. And as I mentioned, we would develop or establish, in collaboration with each country, the platform on the water and the disaster as a part of the national platform. How can their organizations, our panelist organization, support to such establishment of the platform? And I myself introduced the IFI new strategy and implementation framework. I would ask all of the panelists to make a comment. So firstly, I would like to invite Dr. Ali Sediari Muant, the PU, the Indonesia.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Before I start my comment and to answer the question of Professor Koike, I would like to look back a little bit. When I was a young engineer, it is easy for me because to be a good engineer, I only have to manage about the technical aspect, environment, and a bit of economic affairs. But I'm afraid nowadays the situation is different. In Indonesia, we have to manage about the gender, culture, urbanization, and climate change. So it is very difficult. Fortunately, we have a new spirit, collaboration. Yeah, today, this evening, we talk about collaboration. So, to start with, how we can adopt the initiative in
comprising 11 head of the states and one special advisor who is Dr. Hansen Su. And as you can see here, the panel was convened by UN Secretary General Mr. Ban Ki-moon and President of the World Bank, Kim Jim-il. It's an independent body with a fixed term of 2 years until the end of 2017, and comprising, as I said, comprising 11 incumbent heads of states and one special advisor. And the task here, the mission of the panel is to motivate action and advocate on financing and implementation towards SDG 6, that is a water-related goal on the sustainable development, and other water-related targets, including a disaster risk reduction for water and disasters. Next, please. Next, please. So these are the members. In short, we have the President of Mexico, Mauritius, Prime Minister, Australia, Bangladesh, Hungary, Jordan, Netherlands, South Africa, Senegal, Peru, Tajikistan, and Dr. Hansen. Next, please. So as you can see here, these are the picture of the people. As you can see here, this is widely distributed with a regional balance. Next. And as I said, the objective of the panel is to focus public policy dialogue. So the panel is to advocate on financing and implementation by promoting efforts to mobilize financial resources and by financial resources, and by emphasizing on innovative financing and good implementation strategies. Next, please. And as I said, action plan, as Dr. Han said, action plan was already made on September 21st, 2 months ago. And this action plan has 9 areas of action. All of which has their certain challenges to state and priority actions to address those challenges, as we can see in the next slide. So this is the areas of actions. Number 1, we want to catalyze changes, build partnerships, and promote international cooperation for water. And we want resilient economy, society, and disaster risk reduction happening. And 3, 4, 5, universal access to water and sanitation, sustainable cities, water and the environment, infrastructure and investment, water governance, water data, value in water. So those lines in red are related to disaster risk reduction on water. Next. So priority action plans. What are our priority actions related to water and disasters? Number 1, initiate analysis of hydrological risks from climate change and good practices on managing floods and droughts and disaster risk reduction investment. So we want analysis on critical issues to happen. The second thing is that the panel is to encourage the United Nations to create a platform to share and exchange lessons and good practices. And business as usual to some innovative ideas and expanded that good practices globally and horizontally. And number 3, encourage creation of the knowledge base and tools for better understanding water-related disasters. Next, please. Number 4, we want to encourage international community, like the United Nations, to collect consistent and continuous data and develop indicators on water-related disaster. And 5th, and not the least, we want to encourage, lobby and support the high-level events like the UN Special Session on Water and Disasters, which were mentioned by Dr. Hansen Su. Next, please. So this is the final slide. So what the panel expects to this International Flood Initiative? Number 1, we want countries in collaboration with IFI members who are here to establish a flood platform as a part of a national platform with help of international networks. And number two, we want countries with assistance by IFR members to collect and archive data, assess current and future risks, demonstrate that flood risk reduction pays off, define locally applicable methodology, and monitor and predict changes for better water-related disaster risk management. Number three, stakeholders with support by IFR members should make well-informed decisions and improve their practices of integrated flood management. Finally, also, there's a special request to the donors here. Donors are asked to support collaboration among IFR members, countries, stakeholders, and partners in progressive manners so that good practices are widely learned, applied, and operated in other countries and regions. Next. Thank you very much. Some IFR members to the next meeting in HELP that will be conducted tomorrow. There we have Sherpa and Dr. Han. We want to talk with the members on how to collaborate and to take joint actions for the next 1 year and a half. That is a starter just. And then after that, we have to share what we can do, what you can do, and how we can collaborate.
Thank you very much. Dr. Hiroki is going to has to leave. But thank you very much for your joining even your very busy condition. Thank you.
Sorry, I have to run.
And next, we would invite Dr. Johannes Kurban, WMO. Johannes, thank you very much for your waiting. Please introduce your idea.
Yeah, hello everybody. Can you hear me well? Yeah, okay, wonderful. Thanks for the opportunity to join you remotely. I have only 2 slides. I want to talk about the IFI and WMO. And my first slide is about, you should see it now. Yeah, the WMO focus in the IFI. And if you look at the implementation framework, the WMO focus is very clearly on the data and statistics foundation that we need to improve a better IFI overall and to harness our societies against flood risks and disaster risks. And we do this, and the first speaker has already mentioned quite some elements how WMO works in the Asia region. But additionally, I think we are now also developing the World Hydrological Observation System too. So it's a further development of the HYCOS project, which is now targeted at a more freely and more technological exchange of data. And I think this can also serve very well the process in IFI to create more data networks to operate jointly. We have something that relates very much to the possible priority actions in the high-level panel. That is the Global Hydrometry Support Facility that is being implemented starting next January. It's a Swiss-funded initiative to generate more water innovation or more innovation in water data and monitoring, exchanging, and so forth. So this initiative could also very well make the link between the IFI, the water data priority area of the high-level panel, and it also addresses the possible priority action number 5 of the high-level panel. So we have already quite some good things in place that we now need to use together. I would also like to mention the flash flood guidance systems. We are at the moment implementing a flash flood guidance system as a common methodology where different countries, different services work together on a joint warning system in 11 South and East Asian countries, and we are at the moment discussing with further 8 countries to implement those systems. And I think that is also targeted very much to some of the aspects that are laid out in the resilient economies and disaster risk reduction priority areas of the high-level panel, but also in the IFI. So in reality, we see here how well the IFI is designed to serve some of those priority actions designed by the high-level panel. I want to also say something about partnerships for implementation, because I think that is a very important topic. We have that in the action in our proposed Jakarta statement in the declaration. So we really want to create some better platforms to work together on IFI related issues. And I think the WMO can contribute here with different things. We have the global, the global framework for climate services exists. It provides climate, weather and water services for all the member states. So it's an international framework that is hosted in WMO, but really not a WMO program. But I think there are some user interface platform activities and some communities of practice that are very much of interest for creating global platforms to better implement the IFI. I think we also can use the Commission for Hydrology experts and networks to do so. We can use the existing communities where we have flash flood guidance system and the national services to provide entry points in that discussion. And I think one key aspect is to provide more condensation nuclei for this process. And I think that is what exactly is called for in the action part of the proposed statement, where it says we really need to create more platforms to work together. And the platforms that we have now are, I think, centered around the big players that are at the moment in the field. But if you, and they are targeted at the SDG, at Sendai, at the Samoa pathway, the COP relevant things. But in the end, if you, rainfall is not created by 3 or 4 condensation nuclei where moisture condensates and then the drop falls down, but we really need a lot of nuclei to create rain. And I think also we need to create more network nodes in our partnership network that combine different interests, different national and regional countries and players together in those big frames of the SDG, Sendai, and so forth, and also maybe in the priority implementation actions that have been laid out by the high-level panel. So in reality, we need to motivate and engage more people, because otherwise the rain that we are wishing for, if you take that picture, will only have 5 very big drops, and where those will fall, there will be a lot of water, but in between there will be a lot of dry desert. So I think we need to avoid that and create a more integrated way how we can form those partnerships. And the WMO is, of course, very happy to support this through the IFI and in the IFI. And with that, I will stop here for a while. So I have time now for another 40 minutes. If you want to discuss anything, if you want to give me any questions, hard questions or soft questions, I'm happy to take those. Thanks a lot.
Okay. Thank you very much, Johannes. And your emphasis on the data and also the platform, the importance of these framework, and also your WMO contribution to the flash flood guidance system is very important. Okay, thank you very much for your staying more, and we would discuss after the presentation. Okay. Next, we would invite the Professor Shabas Khan, UNESCO, please.
Thank you very much. If my slides can be uploaded there. So I'm going to start from where Johannes left. So this condensation nuclei. So next slide, please. So I have 4 slides really. So for the UN system and UNESCO being one of the part of the bigger system, it's very important for us to think about this condensation nuclei for partnerships, because we are not too many experts in water, I would say. So if we are working on Sendai framework, we are also working on the SDGs, we are also working on the Paris Agreement and this Samoa pathway. So we need to find, for IFI, to be able to bring these aspects together. That's my contribution number 1. Next one is let me introduce now the International Hydrological Program, which is perhaps one of the largest water families within the United Nations system. We have more than 160 national IHP committees. We have more than 30 water centers, and very proudly ICHAM also contributes to that. We have UNESCO chair, so it's a very big system which brings many things together. So in this regard, we are working now on the 8th phase of the International Hydrological Program, which will continue for at least for the life of next, let's say, it is not fully aligned with the SDGs, but it's very closely aligned. We have water security as the main target. So what do we mean by water security? For security from the point of view of food security linked with water supply, but very importantly, security from disasters as well. So in terms of our partnerships, we need to focus on these areas within our IHP, and its focal area number 1, especially, which is focusing on hydrological hazards. And hydrological hazards, there are 5 areas which I will not go into every one of the details, but very importantly, how do we turn risks into opportunities? This particular graph shows a very important link between the magnitude of hazards and what is the impact on the social side and the uncertainties involved with that. Also very importantly, within the International Hydrological Program, how do we bring the large data sets together, the modeling capabilities, linking social and economic systems together. So I think from that point of view, we are well aligned, and IFI is also linked with UNESCO IHP program as well. So I think there is a very good synergy. Next one, please. But I also want you to bring this synergy with other UNESCO programs, which many countries where we are working are contributing. For example, there is a very important program of UNESCO, which is called MAB program, Man and Biosphere program. In this particular program, we are looking into the biosphere reserve, we are looking into the hydrological aspects, we are also looking into the ecological aspects, and many countries are already contributing. So I think from the point of view of managing floods and their related ecological systems, maybe MAB is a program which should link here. Secondly, also I would like to bring to your attention UNESCO's World Heritage. World Heritage is not only our sites like, for example, Borobudur. We also have the natural heritage, and in Indonesia, for example, the tropical rainforest heritage of Sumatra. And it's very, very important. So how do we bring the natural heritage sites together and look into the water management and flood, especially in that context? Like now in Lawrence, for example, it's a very special part of Indonesia, so I'm focusing more on Indonesia here. But we need to bring these strengths of these programs and the local communities together. The other new phenomena which has been approved recently, it is the International Geoparks Network. International Geoparks Network is a very important initiative which brings the geoparks, like for example Langkawi. Here also like Ranjani, for example, or Lake Toba is very important here. So my second conclusion here is that let's look into the strength of the United Nations sites, and especially UNESCO, MAB, IHP sites, geoparks, In this regard, we have this year organized UNESCO family meeting in Bali, where many of the experts, including ICHAM, came together. So again, from the point of view of making sure we have this transdisciplinary approach to IFI, we need to have linkages across. The other linkages which are not so obvious is, for example, the food security and biotechnology, where we have a very strong presence through Japan Fund's interest as well. Next, that's my last slide. So as we are discussing with ICHAM and IFI, there are a number of sites which UNESCO already have very operational. These sites, we have collaboration. For example, in the first one, Davao River Basin, it is also one of those areas which have benefited from NARBO, Integrated Water Resources Management Guidelines. ADB's work is also linked with that. In the Mindanao, very important, water and peace. But they are also having big disasters related to the flooding there. So maybe we should build on those kind of areas, and we offer this particular site to contribute to IFI. Then another very important river, which is the river in Malaysia, which is Langat River. This particular river goes through Putrajaya Lakes. We have a well-established community, very good networks, as well as a very good link with the Department of Irrigation and Drainage. So I think this can be another interesting area where there is a lot of work which is already being done. Then the third one, I think it was also with our colleague from JAXA's presentation and the work which we are doing after the 2010 floods in Pakistan. I'm very pleased to see Dr. Gretchen Klonji, because we started this project together. And we have a big emphasis on satellite-based rainfall information. We have very important models like IFAS and IRRI. We have also linked with agriculture and all of that. So I think a lot of this work can be built, and from UNESCO we offer these three river basins to be part of the IFI. So with that, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Shabazz, your introduction to IHP, and also the importance of the interlinkage with related initiatives, and your contribution to 3 river basins, 3 countries. Professor Shabazz introduced Pakistan and Philippines and Malaysia. Our IFI in Asian Pacific region are now focusing on collaborating with Myanmar and Indonesia, of course, and Sri Lanka. And with regard to the Vietnam, we are now start to discuss. So in each country, for example, the UNESCO is now working with 3 countries, and University of Tokyo is working with Myanmar, and JWA is working with Indonesia, and the ICHAM is now working with Sri Lanka and also the Philippines. So in that way, we are working together. Okay, thank you very much. So next, we would like to invite the representative from 3 donors. Firstly, we would invite the Dr. Iwan Gunawan, the World Bank, for your introduction, your idea.
Thank you very much, Professor Koike. Yeah, so I have very few slides also that I would like to share some of the thought. I guess as an illustration, I would like to highlight an activity that actually we were doing with a lot of partners here. We have Pak Danis, we have Pak Iskandar, Pak Willem, and of course Pak Ari. This is a project on urban flood mitigation in the city of Jakarta. Maybe for those of you who are visitors, Jakarta is prone to flooding. And in the last 4 years, we've been working with the Ministry of Public Works in trying to help the city to address this issue. As you can see on the left, the rapid development of the city. There are more paved area with the context of floods, investment on water infrastructure, which resulted in the city becoming very sensitive to flooding. And I think from the engineering point of view, I'm sure colleagues who are civil engineers would agree with me that this is not a complicated project, engineering-wise. It's a very simple project. But then when you look at how to make sure that this type of investment really can continue the functioning of the water system. It is actually not as simple, and that's the point that I would like to make, and I hope I can suggest to the IFI some research or clinical work that can support this type of need. Yeah? And just to make the point, in this project, it is also not difficult to show that, you know, a very basic maintenance of the drainage system actually can make an impact, significant impact. As you can see the map on the left bottom there, the difference between area inundated and the time of inundation before and after the work is actually quite significant. So it's not rocket science. But indeed, there is a lot of challenge. I recognize that Professor Herat from Sri Lanka have a long list of challenges faced. We have the same. I just list 3. Number 1, of course, is there is lack of space. In urban areas, there is no space even to maneuver the equipment. I'm sure Pak Iskandar deals with this problem every day. When you want to move your equipment to do the work, the space is very limited. And that space is usually in competition with other uses, settlement in particular. So that's one of the major challenges that not just the natural event, but some of the social and economic aspect is very important. Secondly, the main challenge is also the fact that the asset falls under different jurisdiction. So if you think about trying to reduce the flood risk throughout the entire catchment, we actually may have to deal with more than one jurisdiction. And this is actually one of the complications in this type of project. Again, engineering-wise is simple, but in terms of making sure that the investment done in some part of the channel is actually making impact throughout the system is actually not that easy. And last but not least, one of the main challenges that we see if we want to repeat this in other cities is that most of the urban areas that are actually undergoing rapid development usually don't have the necessary fiscal capacity yet to be able to maintain and continue investing on water infrastructure. So I think combination of these 3 challenges are worth considering in looking at addressing flood issue. So next, please. So what we see as something that is missing is one, recognition that flood is actually of a system or symptom of a system's failure. Yeah? So we tend to think that flood is actually a result of our segment of infrastructure being out of date or lack of sufficient capacity to retain water. But actually, it is very important to think of flood actually as a symptom of the failure of the system to basically ensure that water are carried out or channeled through in a proper amount at the proper time. Yeah? And I think one of the main lessons that we learned from our urban flood mitigation project is we tend to divide the work based on the jurisdiction. And when some work has been done in some segment of the river, sometimes it's very difficult to see whether that part of the work will actually make impact in reducing the entire flood risk. So I think start thinking about system is very important. Secondly, of course, most of the local jurisdiction would like to see what are the risks that is becoming part of their liability. And I think a lot of the information are so fragmented and again, not representing the entire full picture that it's very difficult when we want to start dividing the task. And third, I think one thing that for us in the World Bank is very clear is that for us it's much easier to actually treat a flood mitigation project more as a maintenance and improvement project as opposed to a construction project. Okay? Because I think the indicator for flood mitigation should be less incident of inundation as opposed to the number of concrete that you pour in in the embankment, for instance. So I think again I think this is something that is missing in a lot of our work. So next, so there are 3 suggestions that we would like to make. One is that I think it's very important that the IFI start thinking about developing tools that can actually help describing the character of the system, as opposed to only from the vulnerability perspective, from the risk perspective, but actually looking at components, the current state of the system, what are the gaps, how can that gaps be filled, and things like that. So I think this is something that we hope the AFI can consider. Second, I think it is also very important, but at the end of the day, the decision maker is actually at the local level. They need to make judgment on what investment would be making the best impact, especially given the fact that most local authority only have tenure for 4 to 5 years. So it's very important that some sort of system or model of platform can be developed. And I think the model of 5Ds in the Netherlands seems to be one good example that perhaps could be scaled down to different size of jurisdiction. And last but not least, I think the current strategy mostly focus on physical. I think the social and economic aspect of the risk of the options for mitigations have not been properly addressed. And I think this is something that obviously as the World Bank, we will be more than happy to again share our expertise, but also learn together in how we strengthen this type of the analysis so that it can really help. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gunawan. And your introduction to the difficulties to decide investment, technically, socially, various aspects. And your suggestion, especially the last point, the model of platform for managing flood system, and also the social and economic dimension should be strengthened. Thank you very much, your important suggestion. Next, we would like to invite the Dr. Gil-Hong Kim, the Asian Development Bank, please.
Thank you. I will discuss about how ADB, Asian Development Bank, can contribute to this international flood initiative. As you know, ADB is a development bank, so our contribution is through solid project. And we want to reflect the good practice in each project, and then we want to learn from our practice so we can contribute to knowledge sharing or good practice sharing. That's what we can contribute to this international flood initiative. And from our experience now in resilience, we focus on 3 areas. First, the most important one is institutional resilience. So public awareness and reflecting the project planning and designing, that stage is very important, and also data management. Then more innovation or new technology, how we can reflect in the development process. Those kind of institutional aspect is important. And then based on that, physical investment or physical resilience, that in particular the infrastructure investment on water utilities or water project or even transport project and energy project, or that we reflect this flood risk. In our project cycle, all projects we need to go through the disaster risk screening process. So depending on the risk, for the medium or high risk project, we need to prepare some detailed approach to avoid or to reflect the risk in the project. And the last one is a finance resilience. Then disaster risk finance and also disaster insurance. That, for your information, we piloted in Bangladesh to use our satellite data for the weather index crop insurance system. Then how ADB will support this IFI's platform? We can support this IFI platform through two major initiatives. One is integrated disaster risk management, and another one is more broadly integrated water resource management. So in particular, we adopted recently on this integrated disaster risk management framework, and then this disaster risk management should be reflected from the beginning of country partnership or country pipeline development. And in particular for the high-risk countries, then as I explained, each project we will go through screening of this disaster or climate change risk. Then another one is, as I explained, in disaster resilient investment, then disaster risk reduction and disaster risk finance and post-disaster assistance. Those are our supporting mechanism. And more importantly, this stakeholder engagement through more broad partnership among development partners and also communities and private sectors, and also financing resources are leveraged. So we are driving financing plus, so we can mobilize more financing resources through various sources. Then last one, how ADB support the global agenda, this Sendai framework and SDG and climate changes. To support this global agenda, ADB we reflected in our bank-wide strategy. So in our strategy 2020, in particular our medium-term review, we already reflected this disaster risk management is one of critical supporting areas. And as I explained, we developed our disaster and emergency assistance policy. Then we also prepared our more operational plan for integrated disaster risk management. Then we are now under preparation of the climate change strategic framework. Maybe by next year we will complete. Then in terms of disaster financing support, bank-wide we established our Asian Development Fund disaster risk reduction funding that with the donors' support, we established about $200 million grant money for concessional only countries, and also we mobilized about more than $224 million for more non-concessional country support. And ADB, we supported our emergency assistance loan for the last about 20 years for about $6.3 billion. Then we also established various our disaster response facilities and trust fund with the support of various donors. Then as our Vice President explained, now we will scale up ADB financing for climate change, but in particular climate change adaptation. So by 2020, we want to scale up our climate change adaptation investment up to annually $2 billion US dollars. Currently, it's much less than $1 billion US dollars. So we aim to scale up this climate change adaptation investment. This is also very closely linked to disaster risk management. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gil-Hong Kim. And for your introduction, the ADB's framework of the knowledge and the practice sharing, especially for the three aspects, the physical, institutional, and the financial aspect, and the introduction to possible the support framework of the in 5 ways. Thank you very much. And this moment, the Dr. Johannes Krugman, WMO, has to leave. Do you have, if the audience has a question to him, before he's leaving, the other panelists, they ask a question to WMO. Is there any question? Okay. So Johannes, your very strong message to the IFI and on the collaboration with the IFI partners in each country is very, very appreciated. Shall we continue to work together? Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Okay, next we would like to invite Mr. Kimio Takeya, Japan International Cooperation Agency, JICA.
Thank you. I just want to make a presentation about how we can contribute to IFI and other DRR initiatives. So, according to the financial report, which was summarized by the GFDR and ODI UK, amazingly, Japan is the world's biggest #1 DRR financial supporter in the world. Even in the bilateral donor, we are occupying 64% of the whole bilateral donor support. Number 2 is EU, only 8%. So you can understand how big Japan is supporting because of the vulnerable country like you in the world. And usually, all of you know the Sendai framework, but maybe you are not so deep understanding about the 7 targets of a logical point of view. There is a 3 input target. One is for international cooperation. The other is information accessibility. The other is build or establish national and local strategy for DRR until 2020, remaining just 3.5 years. And then, using these 3 input targets, we can reduce the mortality, then we can reduce the affected people, and then we can reduce the loss of critical infrastructure like a road or water supply and levee and reservoir system and everything. And finally, we want to reduce the economic loss. So this is the most important thing. How to reduce, you can understand, mortality is within the same stomach of the reducing the economic loss. If we can reduce the economic loss, in the same time, we can reduce the mortality. If we concentrate to reduce only mortality, we cannot reduce the economic loss. This is the most important of the Sendai framework. So from the humanitarian issue, we must graduate to merge to the development issue for the DRR. I'm sorry. So to achieve this, our Japanese government declared Sendai Initiative of Japan. Within 4 years, we support $4 billion support a training of 40,000 DRR officials within 4 years from 2015 to 2018. From this point of view, I will show just one figure. Everything is like a S-curve in the rural area to development area and capital area. Everything development goal looks like a S-curve. And each country and area, even in the same country, rural area and metropolitan areas are quite different. So each country and area has different condition and gap. And also technology also need from primitive but practical one to modern or innovative way, depends on the capacity of each area or each country or each agency, even in each agency. So we try to do that tailor-made support fit to each country and fit to each area or fit to each agency. So this is very important for us. So example, primitive but practical in Sri Lanka case, as Hirata-san said, but the high-level discipline continues best effort. This lady, who is called gauge keeper, and watch the gauge, and the gauge keeper observe or write every hour during the flood time by the handwriting. And she is very proud of her work, succeeded from her father. And just $15 per month were paid for her. But she will write very precisely the reporting. And this report, based on the 4 golden rules of the water in Sri Lanka, in the very rural area, there is, if you do not measure it, you cannot plan it. If you cannot plan it, you cannot manage it. This is a very high-level concept, written on the rural areas, very rural agriculture, farmers, wives, war. By this, reported to the headquarters, directly by the phone, and the manager write, and finally, this lady made the decision by herself. So very primitive but practical, fit to their budget and capacity, and also this is sustainable for them. So to achieve this target, Sendai Initiative of Japan, we already explained about. During the fiscal year 2015, from April 2015 to March 2016, JICA achieved already $1.9 billion financial support and more than 15,000 officials training for DRR in Japan. So this is what we want to make for the next, based on only the libraries, Sendai Prema, and not from our supply side, but from needs on the ground of each country, like a beginning of the Branta School here in Indonesia. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Takia. The importance of the economic loss, risk reduction, as well as the human loss reduction. And a tailor-made approach and primitive but practical is a very important strategy. So lastly, we would like to invite the Mr. Kei Kudo, Japan Water Agency, and JWA is working as a secretariat of the NARBO, network of the Asian River Basin Organization. Mr. Kudo, please.
I am Kei Kudo, Vice President of Japan Water Agency and the Secretary General of the Network of Asian River Basin Organizations, NARBO. Today, I would like to say a few words from the position of the Secretary General of NARBO. NARBO's goal is to promote IWRM through capacity development of river basin organizations. Concept of IWRM and necessity of implementation of IWRM are well known among international society. In addition, clear target on IWRM is set as one of the goals and targets of SDGs. Concerning the relationship with IWRM and IFI, I understand that approach of IWRM and IFI is almost the same in the point of step-by-step approach for improvement. In this point, we can say that activity of NARBO has strong relationship with IFI approach. Next, I'd like to talk about the river basin level to promote integrated flood management promoted by IFI. Now, NARBO has 88 members organizations, including 30 RBOs from 80 countries. We have a couple of major RBOs who are expected to contribute to concrete IFI activities in the basin. NARBO will bridge IFI and NARBO member organizations for implementation of IFI activities in the basin. In addition, NARBO is expected to take a role of supporting IFI to expand its activities to other NARBO members and government organizations as a platform. I'm convinced that this is the strength of NARBO network. We can say that effective flood management may not be implemented immediately, just like the IWRM. Therefore, I propose that IFI should promote implementation of what we can do by making use of existing organization initiative and facilities based on the middle to long-term strategies. Again, IWR has this extremely close relationship with IFI. We are convinced that NARBO would contribute to dissemination and expansion of IFI activities because we are implementing practical work at field level against flood and also with integrated approach including water use. In addition, I suppose spiral up of IFI implementation plan should be well understood among NARBO members because we are using IWRM spiral. I believe we can achieve our global goals, including SDGs, Center Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction, and COP21 by conducting these activities. Lastly, we, Japan Water Agency, would like to contribute to the activities of IFI as a leading RBO in Asia and the headquarters of NARBO, and improve the issues of water resources management, including flood. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kudo, for your introduction to the NARBO's experiences, NARBO's strategy of the spiral up, and also the two recommendation by making a maximum use of the existing framework and also the middle and long perspective. Thank you. So we have a lot of the input from the panelists, but time is now maybe past our deadline. Do you have any urgent question to the panelists? Okay, one. Any other? Two. Okay. Firstly, please. Could you, yeah.
Thank you very much, Koike Sensei, for this first opportunity for me. My name is Fahmi Hidayat from Jasa Tawan Public Corporation, Indonesia. I heard from all the finalists that they mentioned keywords on collaborative research and also actions in the field. So Jasa Tawan has mandates to manage floods in 5 river basins in Indonesia. One of the river basin is the Bengawan Solo River Basin, which is the larger river basins in Java Islands. And we are really looking forward to conducting the collaborative actions as we as operator in the fields in managing the floods really needs collaborators So for your information, that's in the Bengawan Solo River basins, we have collaborative research and actions with university, namely Bandung Institute of Technology, supported by Zurich Insurance Foundations and International Federation of Red Cross and Red Crescents. We develop flood early warning and early action systems. So this system is based on Android system and web system, so we can forecast and inform to the society. So this is just applied in the Bengawan Solo, and we look forward to work with IFE to develop such program in the future in other river basin that we are managing currently. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much for your strong support. Okay, and the next, please.
Yes, to Mr. Takeya Kimio, I'm very interesting to what you say that, and very agree that the resilience level is different from each area, and then that's why I like to, maybe in short, I like to talk more about this, which is appropriate for especially in Indonesia, because we are a very large country with different problem, different areas, so we have to improve to increase the resilience in maybe region. Thank you.
Takeya-san, do you have any comment? Okay. Okay. Okay.
For example, in the 2011 Thailand flood in the Bangkok, it's a huge flood. We made the master plan together with the Thailand government, and in that master plan, we defined the metropolitan area must be very highly safe, secure. Instead of that area, we must sacrifice the midstream as a controlled inundation. Inundation must be happen in order to protect the Bangkok, even adding the floodway. So in this area, we don't talk resilient. Once flooded, there's not so easy to recover. If we lose the metropolitan function, every foreign investor will disappear from there. So the Bangkok should be highly secured, high safety level. On the other hand, middle stream must be controlled, inundated in the rural area. This area should be resilient. So that kind of sense is very important. Not only, so I always make presentation safe and or resilient. Thanks.
Thank you very much. 3 hours has passed very quickly, and before the panel, we have the 2 keynote and 2 national report and 2 scientific report. Next one, please. From the Dr. Hansus, he mentioned water is life, and at the same time, water is threat to life. Water-related disaster risk reduction is now up in front of the high-level panel on water action plan. Next, please. And Minister Basuki emphasized structuring and non-structuring measures should be strengthened based on the experiences of the government of Indonesia. Next, please. Mr. Stanton of the Asian Development Bank, he introduced he emphasized the vital opportunity, pivotal opportunity to halt the escalation in disaster risk now. And if we miss this opportunity, future disaster losses will be even greater. Next, please. And Professor Herat introduced the ongoing Sri Lankan government of Sri Lanka's effort if it need to foster partners among the governmental agency. I'm not sure, the 45 the agencies coordination, and not only the agencies but academia and the policy making bodies. That is very important. And the next, the Mr. Wilkes, the innovation, solidarity, flexible, sustainable for people and the economy should be enhanced. Next, the Dr. Sofue introduced the satellite capability and also satellite ground data integration for flood forecasting and warning is very essential. Next, please. And Mr. Komura, the spiral up promotion strategy by compiling several stages of the experiences. He introduced Japan's experiences, that this approach is very important. And at the panel, we discussed about the importance of the data and how to establish the platform and country experiences. Dr. Ali introduced the Indonesian experiences in collaboration with regional and global approaches. And Mr. Takia says tailor-made approach and primitive but practical. This is a very important strategy. And not only the standalone platform, but interlinkage with other activities this should be strengthened. And I myself am a natural scientist, but not only the natural science, but the social and economic aspect is very important, especially for decision making and also the investment. We discuss in that way in the panel, and I mentioned you have on the table our draft Help IFI Jakarta statement for addressing the flood risk reduction. It consists of present status and key direction and concrete actions. Do you have any comment or revision from your side? Or panelists, are you okay? If you are okay, we would adopt this statement here. Do you agree? Yeah. Okay. Okay, thank you very much, our panelists, and thank you very much for the discussion with us. I would pass my microphone to the MC.
All right, thank you very much, Professor Toshio Koike, for being moderator at this panel discussion, and thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause for our speakers and also moderator for today's panel's discussion. And should you wish to receive today's material, we kindly invite you to visit our website at www.wateranddisaster.or.id. You'd like to have a copy of today's material. Distinguished guests, delegates, and all participants, the closing remarks from Professor Toshio Koike concludes our programs for this afternoon. We'd like to extend our appreciation, our sincere thanks for your presence in this event. And may today's event bring out the best solution in overcoming flood and also disaster. And I'm Natasha, on behalf of the Indonesian Ministry of Public Works and Housing, would like to say thank you very much. Have a pleasant day and enjoy your stay in Jakarta. Thank you very much, everybody. And a little information, may I have your attention please? To all participants who arrive using the shuttle bus, we're expecting you to gather back to the drop zone area to go back to the hotel. Sekali lagi bagi para participant yang berangkat ke sini menggunakan shuttle bus, kami harapkan Anda untuk berkumpul kembali di drop zone area karena shuttle busnya menunggu di sana untuk diberangkatkan kembali ke hotel. Terima kasih banyak. Thank you very much.
الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله حي على الصلاة حي على الصلاة حي على الفلاح حي على الفلاح الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله
اللهم رب هذه الدعوة التامة والصلاة القائمة آت محمدا الوسيلة والفضيلة وابعثه مقاما محمودا الذي وعدته
الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله حي على الصلاة حي على الصلاة حي على الفلاح حي على الفلاح الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله
اللهم رب هذه الدعوة التامة والصلاة القائمة آت محمدا الوسيلة والفضيلة وابعثه مقاما محمودا الذي وعدته